కూడా అలాగే పెట్టుకొని తినేస్తారు.
Hi Narasimha. Let's see.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Narasimha. How are you?
Good, good, good. How about you, Raghav?
Fine. You remember me last time I have joined for IACS.
Yes, yes.
Mm. Now we are dealing with Power Center or IACS?
Power center.
Power Center. Okay, okay.
Whichever you like, I'm ready for that. But Informatica ETL, it's a power center.
Okay, okay. Mhm.
That's what we discussed during the call, Raghav.
Narasimha?
Hi guys, good afternoon to everyone. I hope all of you could able to hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let us get started. So yeah, we'll not go with the introduction because there are too many participants. I'm just hoping that some participants have got exposure and experience on an ETL tool and basic knowledge on data warehousing. So I hope everyone has got that. Yeah. So that's my assumption. So even if you don't have the knowledge on ETL, it's okay. But warehousing basics is mandatory and database knowledge. Yeah. So for about myself, I think you all will be knowing it. So I have more than 20 years of experience where I have worked on different kinds of tools in data warehousing, especially. So where I played a role of architect, solution architect, and so on. Yeah. So yeah, about this particular training program, we are going to primarily focus on what this particular Informatica ETL is on-prem ETL tool, which is a power center. Yeah. So that's the primary focus point on this particular training program. Yeah. So one request from my side to everyone. So you can ask any kind of question at any time. Yeah. So that we can make it more interactive. Yeah. So that's just my request. So let us get started. So let me share my desktop. Uh, So remember, so we were discussing about ETL to understand where exactly this particular ETL comes in as part of Informatica information management life cycle. So once we understand that, then we can dig into the details of Informatica Power Center or Informatica ETL. That's the plan. Yeah. So let me try to get into this particular understanding the life cycle part. Yeah. So you'll be knowing it, but I'll try to talk about it because some may not be knowing it. Yeah. So yes, the first and foremost layer is going to be what the access layer. Then we have so discover layer, then followed by the plunge layer, then followed by what plunge layer, then followed by MDM layer, then followed by integration. Then we have a delivery layer. So then we have deliver to any target example, let's say enterprise data warehouse. Yeah. So that's what we can see as part of this particular what you call life cycle, right? So now the question, yeah. So let us spend some time on access layer. So see, access layer has been designed in order to pull the data from one or more source systems. For example, let us say you might get data from Salesforce, or you might also get data from any ERP application, or you might also get data from AWS, or you will get data from, let's say, files or tables or any kind of thing, right? So which means data can come from any kind of source systems, and those source systems could be of homogeneous in nature or heterogeneous in nature. In this example, I have just given what heterogeneous, where different types of source system data that could be seen as part of this particular sources, right? Now, let us talk about broader category of expecting the data from the source systems. The first and foremost thing, which is going to be what? Structured data. I repeat, the first and foremost thing is what? It's going to be the structured data. And second, unstructured data. And third, application oriented data. And fourth, legacy data. And fifth, machine learning or AI data, which is a newly added source system type or source system data. So these are the five are primarily four product categories. This is still an immature stage. When I'll talk about it. Yeah. So, so this is a broader category part. So, which means within this Informatica ETL, we could able to take care of all sorts of source systems that we could see as part of here, right? So now the first and foremost thing is what a structured data. So in this, we need to understand like what is structured. So structured means what? Consistency with respect to what the format, which means if we have the input data which is represented in a consistent form for all the rows, then we can say that that particular data would fall under the category of the structured data. Yeah? So consistency with respect to what data, right? For example, let us take a flat file where we have got n number of columns. Let's say name column, address column, or let us say we got code, some code, and our code one, and then followed by code two, then followed by code 3. All codes we are dealing, let us say. Yeah? So, which could be digital codes or telephone codes or zip codes, whatever. So, now the question. So, let us say we have got the data like 1, comma 2, comma 3, 4, comma 5, comma 6. Now, the question, can we say that this particular sample data would fall under the category of structured data or not? Answer is what? Yes. Why? Because the reason is what? We talked about consistency. So consistency with respect to what? Data. Oh, so what kind of data we have it here? We can take metadata like CD1 column names, right? CD1, CD2, CD3. And all of those columns data, right, has got a comma separator, which we call a comma over here. So this is repeated for all the rows. Yeah. So now the question, what kind of separators that we have over here? I repeat, what kind of separators that we have over here? One, if you take column delimiter or column separator, which is going to be what? Comma. Then we have row delimiter or row separator is what? A new line, right? And then finally we have got end of file marker, which is what? Empty, EOF. That's it. So these are three separates we have in all cases. For example, row 1 to row 2, separator is what? New line. And if we add one more, again it's going to be what? New line. Likewise, you can have n number of rows which has got a common separator with respect to what? Row to row. Right? Similarly, if you take column to column, like 1, 2, 3, which means column 1, column 2, column 3. So have they all have got a separator of what? Comma. So that's it. Like how one can start understanding what the column delimiter over here. Yes, sir. So that's it. Now, once we understand this particular format with respect to a three access specifiers. So because it's consistent, right? As a result, we can say that this particular sample data would fall under the category of structured data, right? So now let us try to understand some more examples. Let us say we talk about tables. Yeah? And usually table data is what structured data. Now the question, on what basis we can say that whatever data that we could read from table is part of structured or not? So that's a question, right? So to answer that, remember, these are all derived from what? DBMS, which in turn has got ODBMS and also RDBMS. Yeah? So as we all know that RDBMS is what? Relational Database Management System, which is what? A specification defined by RDBMS expert group. Meaning what? There will be fixed, predefined what we call standards or instructions that we follow when it comes to what? This particular RDBMS. So once we have this particular fixed predefined steps over here. Then the next step is what? Whatever database objects that we have under this particular RDBMS, they all would come under the category of structure because it's a fixed predefined what you call structure that we follow over here. That's it. Now, once you understand this particular what you call let us say structured part, next step is what we can also start getting into over DBMS, and it's almost obsolete, so that's why I'm not talking about it because everything will be expressed in terms of what objects, and each object will be part of what structure. That's okay, but anyway, most of the customers or most of the people or vendors, they would prefer to go with RDBMS because it's ease of use and easy to build, easy to maintain, all that. Those things we know it. But anyway, because of DBM or DBMS, we can say that data that we get from table would be part of what? Structured data. For example, let us say we got a row 1 and then we have got what? Row 2. Then we can see column 1 and column 2. When it comes to data, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yes or no? Now let us start getting into what we call R1 C1, so which is equal to what? C1. Similarly, R1 C2, which is equal to what? 2, and so on. So which means this particular what we call table data follows what matrix, which is part of specification. As a result, we can say that whatever data that we have in this table is part of what? Structured data. So that's going to be the starting point to understand why we could consider the relational data is part of the structured data or not. Yes or no? So that's it. So now, likewise, you can think of many more examples. So let us say how one can start dealing with what XML data, which is one of the important thing to deal with what real-time data transaction, yeah, or real-time data integration. Yeah. So because one of the markup language, right, XML. So now a question: can we say that the data is part of XML is structured or not? Answer is what? Yes. Why it is yes? So to answer that, let me take a simple example so that we could able to infer XML data is part of what? Structure. For example, let's say we've got a root element, then we've got child element, then followed by GC, grandchild. Then within that, we could able to see key equal to code 1 and value, let's say equal to some code. Yeah, fine. Let's say 1. Yeah. So let us end this particular bottom level, which is GC. Then we have got what you call chain. Then we have got what root. So that's it. Like how one can start looking at this particular what you call XML data. Right? Simple one. So now the question, just by looking at this particular sample data, can we say that it's a structured or not? That's the question, right? Yes or no? Answer is what? Yes. Because XML itself is a language. It's a markup language, right? Which is derived from HTML, GHTML, whatever. We all know that, right? There are markup languages. Every language will have predefined set of instructions. Yes or no? It means predefined. So even XML also will have the same thing. So as a result, we can say that whatever data that we have under this XML is part of what? Structured data. For example, in this case, let's say we got one root element, child element, grandchild element. Under that, we could able to see key value pairs. Yeah. So let us try to look at like how to obtain the value corresponding to key CD1 from this particular XML. So that's where we use what? XPath. So XPath is what? XML path using which we could able to navigate from top to bottom and start obtaining the value corresponding to key here. right? For example, let's say we have got a root element, then followed by child element, then followed by GC. Within that, we could able to say CD1. With that, we could able to pull the value corresponding to that. Yeah? So this is how one can start obtaining the value corresponding to export, what you call code one, which is CD1. That's it. So export is one, what you call instruction or one concept that we follow to pull the data from any level of element within XML. So that's it. Like how one can start taking care of what you call dealing with XML data over here. Yeah. So that's it. As a result, we can say that this is also structured. People call semi-structured if we represent XML in multiple levels, but that's a subset. But primarily, it's a structured only. So likewise, you can think of many examples where this sample data will be part of structured part. So now let us try to understand another example, because see, these things I'm trying to talk because these things would become as what prerequisites for understanding the Informatica ETL. Remember that, because within ETL we have extract, transform, load, right? E and L. So we need to understand what type of E or what type of L that we deal with to take care of or to handle with different types of ETL operations. Right? So that's what so we need to take a look at. So now let us take another category, which is going to be what application category. So application means a process. What is a process? A program. Program means program is program is what set of logical instructions. That's it. Yeah. As a set of executable instructions or set of instructions. Yeah. So that's what we can say as part of this particular what you call application, right? So which means what? If we take any existing applications, like we can say that predefined applications and custom defined applications. Yes or no? If we take a predefined, like for example, SAP, then we have PeopleSoft, then we have any CRM application, or even we can also have any portal application also. There are part of what pre-built applications. Why we call them as pre-built applications? Because whatever logic that was defined by existing application or a package, we could make use of it within our ETL. So that's why we call it as what? Pre-built. So to avail the capabilities of what we have with existing applications. Now the question, as we all know that we cannot perform anything and everything of what is required for us just by using what existing applications. Now the question, how do we take care of doing that? That's where we can build what a custom defined applications. This also will try to talk about Power Center in the sense how to build our own application from the scratch. Yeah. So as we all know that Java is tightly coupled with Informatica tightly coupled with Java. So we can build a Java code. Yeah. So by writing some small piece, let us say we need to start obtaining what we call to get sum of a natural numbers from a given n. So to do that, we can start what we call performing sum, which is return, which is going to be n into n plus 1 by 2. We all know that, right? This formula. Yeah. So this part we need to do it within what we call Informatica. So once we do that, then we can start what you call how to create this within Informatica. We'll see that. Then we can just start compiling this Java C, let's say sum.java, whatever, and then you'll get what class type. So now we can generate a jar file, which is jar means Java archive. How do you create it? jar CVF followed by n number of class files, and based on what we can create a jar file. Yeah. So that's it. This way we can create a jar file. Once you create a jar, right, we can just deploy it wherever you want and put it in the class path, and then call this particular method, which is within sum followed by 10. So we are going to get result is what? 55. So which means we can start what you call understanding, like how to write a code, how to build a class file, how to create a jar file, and how to start what you call getting it used within the Power Center or Informatica. Yeah. So this way we can also build our own newer application which is not taken care by existing applications. Yeah. So this simple example I gave, but we can extend this with what? Any number of what you call examples. Yeah. So that's it. Like how application category would come in, right? And third category is what? Legacy category. So meaning what? Traditional. So how are we going to deal with what? Traditional sources or traditional source systems. Yeah. So that's going to be the question mark. So to answer this traditional sources, so we need to first get some example like missions, yeah, or bar readers, or even mainframe, or whatever. So you can think of many examples. Now the question, how Informatica is going to help us to get connected to legacy systems to pull the data and to push the data. So we can use a pack or packs or utility or whatever, right? So I repeat, we can use packs or utilities or whatever through which we can supply the input from the interface to connect to what? Mainframe, so that we could able to pull the data. So that's where we use what you call this particular packs or utilities. That's it, right? Now we have got another category which is machine learning, or before that I talk about structured category. So remember, unstructured data is a bit complex because the data will not be represented or expressed with respect to what consistency of data. Now the question, how one can start what you call reading the data with unstructured category. Example, let's say data from PDF documents, data from mails, or data from Word document, or data from social media site, yes, like Facebook, whatever. So then we have data from logs or data from images or video, whatever, right? There are the examples of what? Unstructured category. For instance, let us take PDF document, which comprise of what is simple text, right? And we can have paragraphs. Then we can have embedded links. Yes, sir. Then we can have embedded tables, or we can have references. Then we can have even what do you call some sample data pointing to some objects, yeah, some other objects, and so on. So which means what? So we can think of many within the same file. So we can say that it's a collection of several types. That's where we use the term what we call unstructured. Yeah. So the way we deal with the simple text is different from and embedded links and so on. So that is why. So we've got third-party tools. So how to read this particular data from this unstructured type? So we can take the help from what unstructured third-party tools, where they are going to help us to convert unstructured to structured. Or second, we can also make use of pre-built Apache APIs, using which one can start converting unstructured to structured in each of these categories, because we have a set of APIs which are going to help us in order to convert unstructured to structured. So remember, Apache APIs are the core APIs, or we can say foundational APIs, which can be taken as a base to convert unstructured to structured. Even third-party tools, right? They also would make use of Apache APIs. So, but they'll make a graphical interface which is easy to use. But here, if you want to write it by ourselves, so we need to put in some effort. For that, we have to have some programming knowledge, like Java especially. Yeah. So that's it about unstructured part. Once we convert unstructured to structure, from there on, it's easy. So it's not complex at all, right? So that's it. Like how one can start taking care of dealing with what four categories, right? Now, once we do that, another category is what machine learning, the artificial intelligence data, where we can expect what prediction of future demands and exposure. So in that case, we'll have some data that we need to have a way to get connected to it. But data could be some random form or structured form, unstructured form, whatever. So we can say that we can convert this to unstructured. From unstructured, we can get it converted to structured. From there on, ETL can take care. Or if you have this connector, we can directly get connected to it to pull that data. That's still not that maturity stage. That's why we cannot use connector, but we can indirectly we can take care of it. So that's it about access layer, which means using access layer or reader layer, one can start taking care of reading any kind of data. That's a summary of what we discussed with access layer. Now, if you have any questions, you guys can shout out. Yeah. Okay. See, there are no. I think you can hear me, right? So don't be quiet, no? So yes, yes, right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So now let us try to understand what we call once we read the data. So what do we do with that particular data? That's where we got discover layer. Yes or no? So we can also call it as what? Analysis layer or explorer layer or profile layer or understand layer or identifying the issues layer. So that's what we can see as part of this particular what we call discover layer, right? So now, what do we do with this? So this is one of the important layer because this particular layer is going to help us in order to carry out the analysis, yeah, or identify issues. For example, issues would be expressed in terms of what one nulls or duplicates or range issues or even metadata issues, or it could have pattern issues, or it could have what you call statistical issues, or whatever. So, whatever kind of issues that we have, right, all of them would be taken care by using what this particular discover layer. Yeah, fine. So anyway, we've got a tool to take care of it. Yeah. So for example, if you have any meta issues, so we expect some type, but we got something else. Example, that's a state code, string state code with a length of 20 characters. Yeah. Only one record has got 20 characters in length. Rest of the records have got only two characters in length. Rest means let's say out of 100, only one has got 20 characters when you try to import definition, right? But one has got 20 and others have got, others means 99 records have got with a length of two characters only. In that case, one can start what you call taking care of the string state code with what two characters in length. That's it. Yeah. So which means we primarily focus on what majority of the data and rest of the rows, right, need to be fixed. How we can fix it by using reference table or manually, whatever. So fixing strategies could be many. Yeah. So that's about meta issue, one example. Now, if you take a range, for example, For today's business, we expect the age range within what? 30 and 70. But if you get anything less than or greater than, right, then we can say that the records have got some issues, right? So this way we can identify range related issues. Similarly, duplicacy issues. Remember, let's say we got first row, which is 1, 2, 3, second row, which is 1, 2, 3, yeah, which is let's say simple some ID here, yeah. So which means so we can start and identifying these two rows as what duplicate rows because of one based on one column, yeah. So likewise for each column one can start identifying whether we have got duplicate rows or not, yeah. So that's it. Yeah. So next thing we got nulls. Yeah. So see normally this duplicacy, right? So we come across this in many cases like address case or name case or zip code case or whatever, right? Fine. Now, nulls. Nulls is also a common thing, guys. For example, date, we expect some date, but we have not got it. It's a null. In that case, there is an issue of this particular date-based column. Yeah. Likewise, you can think of many. So, for example, we expect not on data for the name column, but if we get what you call not data, then we can say that there is a problem over here. Yeah. So that's it. Like how one can start what you call identifying the issues with respect to what you call the name column. Right? So that's it. Yeah. So once we know that, then we can also start getting into pattern issues. Yeah. Pattern, let us say, for example, it could be string numeric pattern or string based character pattern or blank pattern or whatever. We can think of many patterns, right? So, for example, we expect two blanks and then followed by two valid characters. Then in this case, we expect by using BBXX. XX indicates a character pattern, BP indicates a blank pattern. If we have input data which follows this particular pattern, then only we can say that it's a valid or else it is invalid. Which means what? First cut identification of valid or invalid data could be accomplished by using what? This particular pattern analysis. Remember that. Yeah? After that, we can drill down to actual data and see whether we got the right data or not. For example, let's say we expect what we call 6-digit zip code, where let's say we express a digit with 9, which is just a pattern. And if we have any less than 9 digits, sorry, 6 digits, or greater than 6 digits, then we can say that invalid zip code without looking at the data. Once it is equal to 6, which means what? It's a valid data. Then next level, actual data also you can just compare with the reference data and see it's right or wrong. So these are the two steps we follow in order to identify what we call input data is right or wrong. That's it. Yeah. So that's it. These are some of the examples. Likewise, you can think of many, like primary key analysis, where if the input data does not satisfies primary key, which means either not null or unique, then we can say that those rows are violated records. Remember that, which means so violated or non-violated records could also be identified by using what? Primary key analysis. Similarly, foreign key analysis. So we can think of many primary key analysis, foreign key analysis, joint key analysis, functional dependency analysis, whatever. They're all part of analysis layer. For now, I'm just trying to talk about the definitions, not getting into the detail because it's separate tool altogether. But ultimately, all of those analysis techniques are going to help us in order to carry out the analysis. Yeah? So that's it. So which means we can identify like primary key violations or foreign key violations or joint key violations or functional dependency violations or metadata violation, whatever. So any kind of what you call invalid issues, right, or invalid data, right, or metadata, right, can be identified by using what discover layer. That's a summary, right? So now the question, let us say we identified issues by using what? Appropriate profiling techniques and analysis techniques. The next question is what? So we need to start getting into how one can start fixing those issues. I repeat, next question is what? How one can start fixing those issues. So that's where we need to go with what? A cleanse layer. Yeah. So cleanse layer is going to help us in order to fix the issues that have been identified in discovery. For example, we identify null issues, right? So we can just get it fixed by using non-handling techniques within plans, right? Similarly, we talked about dupes, right? So we can also fix it over here. Similarly, others also, primary key violations or foreign key violations or any other issues, range issues, pattern issues, whatever, right? That's an example. So let me give one issue, what you call real-time thing. For example, let us say there is a we need to perform some standardization. Yeah. So let us take India. So we have got multiple states. Yeah. Let me take this as good general names. ST1, ST2, ST3, ST4, right? And then, so each state, they have got their own way of representing the country code. Let's say IN for state 1, IN dot for state 2, IND dot state 3, then this one, let's say I dot. So each state has got their own way of representing the country code. Yes, sir. Now, what need to be done here? So we need to start converting n number of representations to single and unique representation, which we call data standardization. Meaning what? So wherever there is a in or in dot or ind dot or I dot, right? So we need to get it converted to what? Single and unique representation, which we call, which is data standardization. Example IND. So these kinds of things we can get it fixed by getting into what plans. But here, to fix it, we'll make multiple stakeholders to collaborate with each other over here. For example, let us say we have got developers, yeah, and we got business analyst. I'll just use shortcut BA. Let me try because some may be new, right? So business analyst, and then some are, let us say, um, developers or SMEs or whatever, managers, whatever, right? There are multiple stakeholders. So the question, how one can make multiple stakeholders to collaborate with each other? That's a question mark. Yes or no? So to answer that, what we need to do, let us a business analyst, they are going to build a reference table, which is a base table. Yeah. So where we can build the base data. For example, as a country code, we talked about, right? IN or IN dot, whatever, all of them, right? So we'll also have the valid data through which we can get it replaced, which means what to be searched for and what to be replaced with would be defined as part of the reference table or lookup table or a base table or secondary table, whatever name you call. Now, once we have, who does this? Business analyst. Because can developers build a reference table? Yes, technical they can do it. But who is the right person to build a reference table? Business analyst. Because we expect deeper knowledge on data along with the business. So they are the right people who can come up with what? Building a reference table. So this is an example. Once we are done with that, here what we do from developer, right? So developer can collaborate with what? this guy, right? Business analyst. What do they do? They'll just refer this particular reference table, which is, let's say, whatever table that we gave the name, right? So once we refer, right, then we can start performing what? Data standardization. That's it. This is a flow that would take place when it comes to the simple collaboration between what? Business analyst and developer. So likewise, you can think of even other way also. Developer can build rules, and as a result of those rules, so there are some issues with respect to data, and who is going to fix that? That's where we'll make output of developer that will be taken as input to the business analyst, where business analyst will take a call like how to get it fixed. So that's what we do as part of this particular what business analyst tool. Yeah. So that's it. So two collaborators I talked about. Likewise, you can think of many other collaboration flows. So which means what? In order to fix it, sometimes we don't need multiple stakeholders. Sometimes we would be taking the help from what you call another stakeholder to get it fixed. I've just given an example, right? For standardization. So duplicacy part, nulls part, constraints part, all of them we can take care by using what? Clans layer. And once we are done with that, then let us say we do not have exhaustive ways to identify duplicates and get it fixed by using clans layer. Now, how one can take care of such kind of issues. So that's where MDM, which is Master Data Management, it has been designed to take care of what match and merge. Meaning, one, we can identify the matching records with multiple matching strategies, irrespective of any kind of data that we get it from n number of source systems. That's why I use the term exhaustive way of identification of matching records could take place within MDM, which is not the case with the clans data. So if you have such kind of requirements, then we can go with MDM and come up with formation of a good data, which is a master data. Fine. Once you fix, as a result of these four layers, what we could get to see, we can see what a good data. Just remember that. So now, once we have good data, right? Now integration comes in. So integration layer is going to help us to pull or to get the data from MDM, then start applying ETL rules or integration rules. That's where we are going to focus. And anyway, we'll get into that detail later on. For now, let us say we need to combine the data from source 1, source 2, source 3, or source 4, where let's say structure is same across our source systems. How do we do that? So that's where we can use one of the combinable part, or we can say integration. We do it from all the sources, right? So once you integrate, right, output of this particular integration will be connected to a target, which is going to be, let's say, EDW, which is Enterprise Data Warehouse. So that's what we do as part of what we call taking care of building the data warehouse directly. Or if you want to do it indirectly, so where we introduce what? Deliver layer, where we can just build one common interface through which one can start what we call taking care of any kind of target. Today it could be, let's say, AWS Redshift, yeah, which is one of the database, right? So then it could be Teradata or it could be some other, let's say DB2, whatever, right? So it is easy to switch from one to another if you build a common interface which will take the responsibility of any target. Or else what happens is if you try to hard code with one Teradata, right? If there is a change required to what Amazon Redshift, then we need to redo it. Redo this is we have to go and change Teradata to Amazon Redshift, then things will work. that we should not do it being an experienced person. So that is why it is always advisable to build a common interface through which you can take care of delivering the result to a target, which is, let's say, enterprise data warehouse. This is a simple way to understand how this particular life cycle is going to work within Informatica. Not only that, for any information management product, this flow will be same, which means read the data, identify issues, fix it by using both the layers, and collect it and deliver it to a time. That's a summary of what we discussed with all the layers in this particular life cycle, right? Now, when it comes to tools, remember, if you say access layer, yeah, any questions before I get into what you call the tools for each and every layer? Yeah. So make sure that we understand this concept because tool is very simple. Anyway, I'm going to talk about it with practical examples. That's not a big deal. Anybody can do that. But this is a complex part. You know? It's very difficult to get this kind of information from the Google also. So because based on my experience, I'm just trying to what I call expand this. Yeah. So any questions from anybody? Okay. Fine. So now access layer to read a layer, right? So to read it, we can use what? Plain adapters or no adapters. Plain adapter means, let's say if you want to connect to the database, so DB adapter. If you want to connect to Salesforce adapter. Yes, sir. So they are the examples. Yeah. So sometimes what happens, we need to take third-party tools also, like for unstructured to structured conversion, right? So we can also introduce what? Third-party tools to take care of converting unstructured to structured data here. Yes, sir. So and now, yeah, we talked about access part. Once you read it in discover layer, right? So we have got web-based tools like if you take Informatica, right? We got Informatica analyst. Yeah. So Informatica analyst. Then when it comes to standalone tool, right? Then we got IDE, which is Informatica Data Explorer, yeah, which is part of Informatica developer. Next, glance. We use a term IDQ, Informatica Data Quality, or we can also say that Informatica developer. Yeah. Then the MDM, we got Informatica MDM or Info MDM. So which is good for creating master data. Then integration IPC, which is Informatica Power Center. That's what we are going to focus as part of this training. Yeah. And deliver, we have to build it, which is user defined. Then target, which is what EDW could be Teradata or Redshift or RDS, yeah, or any other target. Yeah. So that's it. So these are the examples or tools that we use in each layer: access, discover, cleanse, MD, integration. So yeah. Now the question, where our layer comes in here, integration layer, where we collect the data from multiple source systems and apply that logic. Yeah. So that's what we do as part of what integration layer over here, right? So which means before integration, we need to make sure that we have created a good data, and that good data will be taken as input to the integration layer. Yeah. So that's it. Like how integration is going to work over here, right? So that's it. So now let us start getting into specifics to integration. Yeah. See, for integration, right? We got a bunch of tools that we have in the market. What are those tools? ETL tools. Yeah. So So what are ETL? ETL means extract, yeah, for new people. So extract, transform, and load, right? So extract for reading, transform to build a logic, load, send the result data. That's it. Simple way to understand ETL, right? Now within in this current market, we got bunch of tools in the market. Like if you take commercial ETL tools, yeah, so, like we have what I call IBM InfoSphere Data Stage, then Informatica Power Center, then we got many things. So, SAS, Deep Data Flux, then we have got what I call many other tools, Ab initio, whatever, right? We got many tools. And when it comes to open source, we got Pentaho data integration, then we got Talent data integration, and so on, right? So now when it comes to cloud, yeah, then we got Informatica Cloud, yeah, or we can say ISCS yeah, or within all IDMC, within that we have got data integration part is one of the microservice. Yeah. So when it comes to in transit, so in a sense mix. So in we can also take care both mix of power center and what we call ISCs. This is there even with other products also, IBM as well as Admission. That's it. Yeah. So that's about what we call with respect to the tools. Out of them, so Informatic Power Center is leading the market. But remember, guys, these are all just standalone tools actually, or on-premise tools or local tools, which requires installation. Yes or no? So these tools are almost obsolete in a sense. So most of the customers they are trying to migrate from local environment to what cloud environment. Example, if you take Informatica, right, we got IACS. Yeah. So similarly for IBM also we have it. So that's it. Anyway, we'll focus on power center. If you have big, so foundational base, right, with a power center, then we can easily take care within ISCS to build any kind of solution. So that's why let's try to build a foundation part by using what Informatica Power Center, which is one of the leading ETL tool in the market. Yeah. Fine. So, but still there are customers who are using this Informatica Power Center, but less. They are trying to convert or migrate from Power Center to IACs. Yes. Yeah. Now, let me start opening some presentation. Let's talk about specific to Power Center now. Yeah. So, we'll understand the components of architecture and what kind of services we have within this Power Center. Then we have some clients, Power Center Designer, Manager, Monitor, Repository, all that. We are going to see all of them with practical examples. Then at the end, we'll talk about debugging techniques manually and with a tool. Then performance tuning techniques, manual and auto. Yeah. So that's it about starting point. Remember, guys, this is a world one. So whatever we do within the power center, all of them would follow what service oriented architecture, which means everything would be expressed in terms of what services, and we can make multiple services to talk to each other. How we are going to say it? Then, when it comes to hardware, we usually use what different types of hardwares. I'll talk about later, like SMP, MPP, how it works. But in this case, we go with what grid or MPP architecture, massively parallel processing architecture, in order to get or provides scalability with within a grid computation environment. Yeah. So using this particular grid, we are going to get to see. the optimal performance through load balancing, whatever. So, which means load balance is easy and also scalability is also quite easy. Not only that, modularity, flexibility, all that we can get it from grid environment. Now, so dynamic part, so which means partitioning, right? See, it is one of the parallelism technique where we can make sure that nodes are configured properly based on the resources that we have within the hardware environment. High availability mean, let's say if something goes wrong in one of the system, we can get it, what you call, transferred the state of the primary mission to secondary mission, which means there will be primary box, primary server, and secondary server. Any failure that happens in primary server, we can just hand it over to the secondary server. So secondary server will start from a place where it got entered by the primary server. So that's where high availability. There are just advanced things. And PDO, push down optimization, don't get what you call scared here. So because there are some points here, I'm just trying to talk about it. PDO, which is push down optimization, where we can take care of pushing the logic to either a source or target anywhere by using PDO. For what? For performance reasons. That's it. So we have got data quality data explorer, so which will be used to perform one to discover, other to fix. And metadata, remember, meta is one of the major part to build any solution for data warehouse. So using metadata manager, we can take care. And there are some enhancements. So there are many, you can say. Now, when it comes to components that we have within the power center, so we can see, or here some of them. Like for example, in power center, in addition we can see plunge and match, federation, grid, high availability, and so on. And then in normal advanced power center, where we can see metadata manager, plus data analyzer and team-based development. But ultimately, with the standard edition, we could perform basic elementary ETL operations. So now we have multiple products within this Informatica product suite. Power Center is one of them to perform the ETL operations. I repeat, the Power Center is one of them to perform what? ETL operations. Similar Power Exchange, which is going to help us to connect to any third party like web service, whatever, right? So this is like a mediator to connect to third party. Data quality to fix it. Data expert to identify issues, right? And then anti resolution to identify issues with respect to what match. That's it. There are third party tools actually. B2B also same thing where we could able to perform B2B data exchange or B2B data transformation. One, you can also use this to take care of converting unstructured to structured. This is for archival, this is for substituting the data, this is for masking. Yeah. So masking means what basically we use this masking to protect data, especially for credit cards, any plastic cards, example, right? In the cloud, as we all know that, so Informatica Power Center, it's a local. Now we need to make these Power Center features available in the cloud. And cloud, we can use data integration as a service, or we can also say that software as a service. Software means data integration as a service. So using this particular service, we can perform any ETL operations. And then we have MDM. So MDM also can be used within the local and also in what cloud. Yeah. But ultimately, we use this MDM in order to perform what building the master data. This is for building rules, rule point. So now let us try to understand what we call the architectural components and see how one start looking at the broader picture of this particular what architecture. Yeah. So I hope all of you could able to see this diagram, right? Yeah. Because this we need to understand, guys, because We need to concentrate now. So because whatever practical examples that we are going to do, we could always compare those things with this architecture. Remember. So that's why I try to concentrate on this. From 8 onwards, this architecture is same because from then on, Informatica follows what? SOA architecture, which is service oriented architecture. Yeah. So in this particular architecture, you can see multiple components where in the top portion, client components, in the bottom portion, services components. Yeah, which means from here onwards. Now let us understand what this particular client contains, server contains, all that. So this not this doesn't contain all the components. Let me talk about them, whatever is missing over here, or I'll try to cover all of them here itself. Yeah. So remember, guys, architecture is what laying out the components of any product. Example, we are trying to use here Informatica and see how many number of layers that we have within this particular architecture and how one can make getting it collaborated or how we can make multiple layers to talk to each other. For instance, let's say we have got client layer, then we have app server layer, then we have the server layer, then followed by data or meta layer. So these are the multiple layers that we have within this Informatica architecture. Right? Now, remember, within a client, we got different types of clients, starting with, let us say, first and foremost thing, which is going to be a thin client, then we have a thick client, then we have command and client. So these are the three types of clients we have it as part of the client layer. Then we have application server layer. So where we got different types of application servers, like we have a JBoss, then WebLogic, then we have WebSphere, right? So which is from IBM, right? So then, and the server layer where we are going to deal with what specific services offered by Informatica Power Center. For example, Power Center repository service. I'll use shortcuts here. Let me write it. So Power Center repository service, right? Then we have Power Center, what? Integration service. Yeah. So in short, we can call it as what? PC rep. Yeah. Then we have PC int, right? So that's it. Likewise, you got multiple services. So I'm not trying to talk about other them like MRS, non-request service, or data integration service, power exchange service, or B2B service, or reporting service, or whatever, human task service, whatever. Then we've got multiple services, but out of them, we are going to primarily focus on what? PC rep and PC end. Now, once the service, right? So we need to store it somewhere. So one for storing the metadata and other for storing the data here. Clear, right? So that's it. This is how we can just what we call organize different layers of what we have in this particular what we call architecture. Clear, no? So that's it. Yeah. Any questions on this? Once it is clear, we'll go step by step with respect to understanding the architecture because so we need to understand this particular architecture clearly. Then only, if we get into practical examples, right? So it's easy for all of us to understand. Remember that, right? So now, the first and foremost client or type of client that we have is what? Thin client. Yeah, I repeat, the first and foremost client that we have over here is what? A thin client. Yeah, thin client is a client, or it's we can also call it as what? Web client. This particular client does not require external installable to install it. Yeah. I repeat, this particular client does not require any external installable to install it, which means we can directly supply the URL or URI to get into the client to perform any client specific operations. Remember that. Now, the client, it is a client which requires installable or external installable to install it. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah. Then command and client. So we use this particular command and client in order to perform the automation. Yeah. So that's it. Different types of clients that we have it as part of the client layer. Yeah. Now the next layer is what? App server layer. So remember, if you want to deal with any web-based applications, right? So we have to have application server. Without app server, there is no way of getting the service for any web-based applications. So this is mandatory. So Informatica Power Center, it follows what server architecture, which is service world architecture, which would boil down to what the usage of app server. Yeah. So which means Informatica Power Center would also support what web-based support, which means what app server is mandatory. The question: what type of app server that we could use it in our within this power center? So by default, this particular Informatica would make use of the Tomcat. But if you want to make use of some other app servers, we can also get it integrated, like we have JBoss, WebBoss, and WebSphere. Fine. But ultimately, whatever request that we are going to send from any of these clients, so they have to be routed through what application server. After that, the request will be sent to the server layer where we can see the specific services for Power Center. Yeah. Sorry. So that's it. Like how the request will boil down to what server layer. For example, this particular power center repository service will be used in order to perform the metadata operations, right? And power center integration service will be used in order to perform the data movement or data transfer. Fine. So that's it. So that's where these two services will be used for. Now, next question. Yeah. So once you could able to service either a metadata part or data part, output of that should be stored somewhere, right? That's where we got a storage media. So we can also data meta layer is what? A storage layer. Yeah. Fine. So which means what? Output of this particular service will be stored in data or meta storage. If you want to store metadata, we store it as part of metadata storage. Yeah. Like we can also say that power center repository. So repository is a place where we store the metadata, like column type, name, whatever, or tables, views, triggers, or any other objects. So now, where do we store data? When you try to run, we perform data movement, right? So where do we store the result of data movement? That's where we got data storage media, where we could store this. Yeah. So which means what? This particular storage layer will be used for both data as well as metadata. So this is second level of understanding this architecture of Informatica. Now let us start getting into next level. So example of thin client that we use within the power center. So admin console, or we can also say that administrator client. So which has been designed in order to perform global operations like security operations or configuration operations or whatever. Like we have create user, create group, create role, assign user to a group, user to a role, whatever, and create services or log or central location, right? So all such things we do it by using what? Admin console or administrator service or administrator client over here. That's an example, informatical context. Now thick client, we got power center, repository, yeah, so repository manager, then power center, what designer, then we got workflow manager, then we got workflow monitor, right? So these are the multiple clients we have when it comes to what? Informatica power center. Yeah, what it does, and I will see one line. This is to perform metadata operations. This is to design either mappings or maplets or transformations, whatever. So, or we can say to perform ETL operations. We use Power Center Design to design ETL activities. Then here workflow means connect n number of tasks, a set of tasks which can be executed either in sequence or in parallel. Yeah. Then once we run what we call workflow, which contains a set of tasks, so we need to get it monitored. That's where workflow monitor will be used, where we can keep track of the status. That's it. One line for each client supported by Informatica Power Center. Now, automation case. Remember, we have PMCMD or InfoCMD for data movement, and we can use what? PCRF commands. Yeah. So to perform the repository operations for automation, which means we can automate data activities. We can also automate metadata activities for migration from one environment to other environment. Right. So that's it. Then we have got what you call app server. See, this Tomcat is one of the tiny app server. By default, when we install Informatica product, this also would get installed. So they're all, in the sense, Tomcat, JBoss, they're all right. They're all based on what? Java. Remember that, yeah. So JBoss, it has been designed for what? Medium-sized applications. Yeah, and then WebLogic is, let's say, medium to large. Yeah, then WebSphere, large to largest. So which means very larger enterprise applications we use what? WebSphere or IBM WebSphere. That's it. So which means when to use these app servers, we all know that. Now next question, but they are going to help us what? To delegate the request from client to underlying specific server, which we call our center server over here, right? And then we have got what we call the specific services that are required to perform power center operations. One, power center requires a service. It has been designed to take care of meta activities. Like we have got create metadata, or let us say we have got manage metadata, then consume metadata or monitor metadata, right? So these activities we could take care by using what? Power Center repository service, right? Similarly, if you want to perform the data movement from one task to another task, then we can now get into this particular power center integration service. Clear, right? So that's it, like how to perform the data movement over here, right? Then once we do that, result of that will be stored in the storage medium, so which we call data or meta store. So meta store PC rep we use for data store. Data could be for source or target or staging or operation data source, or it could be in transit, whatever. So or it could be even cloud stored. It could be anywhere. In simple terms, data store could take place anywhere here. Remember, yeah. So that's it. The next level of understanding is architecture of power center. Fine. So any questions? Once it is clear, I'll talk about the next level of the last level of understanding the architecture. Yeah. Any questions from anybody, guys? Make sure that you understand this architecture clearly, because once you understand, right, tool is very easy. Anybody can do that. Yeah. I think once you are trying to ask question.
No, sir, I think it is very clear. Yeah.
Fine. So any questions from anybody? Fine. Now, once it is done, then we'll start getting into what? Next level of understanding this architecture. Right? So that's where we'll try to build the flow from top to bottom. Right? So let me talk about it. Okay. Flows. Yeah, which means what? How meta flow would take place, how data flow would take place from different roles perspective. We would talk about it. Yeah. So let us start with what? Data flows. And data flows could be dealt with what? By using some rules. Let's say dev rule. Let's start with that. Yeah. So developers, they can build, they can run, they can monitor, right? Now, as part of building, what is the flow that would take place when you run? What kind of flow that would take place when you monitor? How does it happen? All such things would be discussed now. Yeah. So let us say we are starting with what? Dev data flow. Within the dev data flow, right? So now let us say client. Who is the client? Example, Power Center, or let's say workflow manager. Yeah. So within workflow manager, we'll start workflow, right? Once you start, this particular request will be sent to where? App server. So what is app server? Let us say example template. Once the request sends over here, it is going to delegate its request to another layer, which is server layer, where it is going to search for, do I have Power Center integration service or not. Once it is available, then PC end, it has to obtain the metadata from where? From PC rep, which is Power Center repository. Once it is obtained, right, then it can start performing the data movement based on the metadata. Once it is done, the movement part, result will be sent to appropriate target. Once it is done, you'll get the response all the way back through Power Center integration service to the requester, which is what? Workflow manager or monitor, whatever. So wherever the invocation point. So but you could able to see the results over here. Let's say workflow monitor example, right? So that's it. Which means what? So we could able to what we call understand, like how the request will be routed from top to bottom, and see what all happens here. Client is going to send a request to app server. App server is going to delegate its request to PC end by taking the help from metadata. The PC unit is going to perform data movement. Result of that will be stored in the target. Now, that's one side. Then once it is done, we need to communicate to the client, right, about the status and how many rows, all that, right? That's where you get the response back to the requester. Like in this case, work from manager or monitor, where we could able to look at the status and corresponding details, routes or rows, status, whatever. Yeah. So that's the first flow. Now, let us say we are going to go with what? Another invocation point, which is, let us say, command, which is, let's say, PMCMD, whatever. So through command, let's say we are starting the workflow. Now tell me, guys, is this flow of execution is same or not? That's a question, right? Answer is what? Yes. Because only invocation point is different, rest all will be same. Because wherever we execute doesn't matter for us, right? But are we using the right app server, right PC in, right PC rep or not? That's it. That's what matters a lot. Yeah. So another one also we can think. Let us say we are using what third party scheduler. So client is what third party scheduler. So a scheduler also will make use of a command which is based on PMCMD. Using PMCMD, we can build a shell script, and start getting it executed so that the request will send to app server followed by rest of the layers in this particular flow. That's it. Yeah. So likewise, you can think of many examples. One, I talked about graphical part. Second, command line part, and third party execution part. Yeah. Any questions on this? Once it is clear, then I'll talk about what metadata flow. Yeah. So metadata flow here. Yeah. So remember, guys, meta means data about data. We all know that. Without this, there is no way of performing data transfer. That also we know, right? So, for example, if you take simple example C1, C2, C3, 1 comma 2 comma 3. In this case, what is the metadata? C1 with the type of integer, C2 with the type of integer, C3 with the type of integer. When you try to read, then we assign C1 to 1 and C2 to 2 and C3 to 3. So this way we could able to take care of one, defining the metadata, and second, reading the data by taking the help from metadata. This we all know. Next question. How one can start performing metadata operations within this particular what client. So to answer that, what we need to do? So we need to start repeating the same procedure. Let us start from the beginning. Let's say client. Yeah. Client is going to be, let's say, power center designer. What do we do with that? Let's say build a mapping. Yeah. So what we do, that's fine. So that's some media part. Once we do that, let's say you just clicked on save. Then what happens? The save request will be sent to app server, then on to, sorry, so then on to what? A server, which is specific server. What is specific server that we use here? PC rep, and output of that will be stored in the repository, which is what? Power Center repository. That's it. Once it is stored, you'll get a response back to the client. Who's the client here? Power Center designer, where we could able to see this mapping was saved successfully to the specified repository, which means like folder, whatever. That's what you can see. This is a simple way to understand how Metaflow is going to work. So now we can also think even from what? meta activity, even from export and import also. So you guys can just extend this. That's the next level of meta flow. That's it, right? Now, let us start understanding another role, which is going to be administrator role. So this is also one of the important role, right? Where they are going to perform what? Global activities. Because any change that you do within this admin level, right, there is going to be impact for all the descendant components, like power center is one of them. Yeah. So we got even others also, like data quality or whatever. So yes, now the question: how one can start? How this particular flow would take place over here? So let me write down here. The first, the client. The client is going to be, let's say, admin console or administrator client over here. Then this particular client request, what they do, let's say create user example, right? So once we supply this, then let us just say this particular request will be sent to app server, then onto what? Then onto which server? It is going to make use of Power Center integration service or something else. Answer is what? Something else. Domain server, which in turn will contain what? Multiple services like security service, configuration service, reporting service, authentication service, authorization service, login service, and so on. Yeah. And I'm just using general name. And once the request is sent, right, it is going to say it under what? Domain database, not Power Center repository. Remember, which means this particular domain we created at the time of installation of Informatica Power Center. When you try to perform any admin console activities, we are going to get it stored in this particular domain database. That's it. Yeah. Then once it is stored, you could able to see the response in admin console about the status. Yeah. Failure or fail case or success case. This is an admin case. That's it. So I think I covered admin part, dev part from metadata, all that. Right? So that's it, guys. Particular architecture is going to work from multiple roles perspective, from meta as well, and also data perspective. Yeah. So that's it. So this much is there in this architecture. So that's why I just talked about by what, not bad. Yeah. Now let me try to touch upon this. Yeah. In this we can see clients, right? Multiple clients, which we talked about it, and services, right? The first service integrated service, and then in the bottom you can see core services, like for admin, right? That's it. Domain server we've used. Yeah. So that's it. On the left side, we can see source. On the right side, we can see target. So which means the source could be of any type, like we talked about structured, unstructured, all that, right? So I got more than what we can see in this diagram, and similarly on the right side. That's it. So this way, one can able to understand the architecture of Informatica Power Center. Yeah. Okay. If you have any questions, we can discuss. Others, I'll start with what? Describing the definitions and terms that we use within this Power Center. Yeah. So, no questions, huh? Okay. Okay. Guys, one second. Looks like there's some pre-test. I don't know. Okay. Let me copy this. Looks like you guys need to take pre-test copy and paste it here. Guys, I request all of you to take this pre-test. Click on this link, second link, which I pasted just now. https://rps consulting 116. That link. Please click on that and take a test. 10 questions are there. Yeah. So 10 minutes. So.
Should we log in through our company email ID, Nrsimha?
Yes, you can just switch on it. Yeah, you are right. To identify easy.
Do we need to take the test now?
Yes. That's what I was
Which
trying to. Yeah, please take
which
a test for next 10 minutes. So let's know 37, right? So 50 to 50. 1550.
okay, which email ID we have to provide?
Your company mail ID you can use. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, fine. I think all of you would have completed, right? Yes. So now let us try to continue.
Can you give us a few more minutes, Narsima? We're almost at the end.
Okay, fine. Let's take 2 more minutes. Yeah? Okay. I think you can continue, right?
Yeah.
Fine. So we talked about architecture, meta flows, and data flows from different roles perspective, right? Now that we need to understand the elementary concepts within the power center. So let me share my desktop. Okay. So here we can see the first and foremost concept is what? The service. How do you define the service in the context of power center? It's a logical representation of a server or a process. Example, repository service, log service, integration service. They're all part of service. So logical means, remember, in one physical box, we can have multiple CPUs, and each CPU it would contain multiple cores. Each core would be associated to some service. So that's example of logical representation. It's not necessarily physical, which means one physical CPU can have multiple services assigned. Example, right? So not one-to-one correspondence, one-to-many. One physical box or one physical CPU with multiple services. That's the meaning of logical representation. Yeah. So now node is also a logical. For example, we got one physical box, one computer. Within that we can have four node configuration, and each node will be associated to one CPU, or let's say four CPU box. That's an example of a node. Yeah. So here you can have one to one or one to many. So one physical node with n number of logical nodes. Remember that, or one to one also. Now the domain, see, it's a collection between what? N number of nodes with its associated services. See, every node would point to service, right? Yes or no? Or every opposite. Every service should point to appropriate node. And set of service should point to set of appropriate nodes. So that's where the domain definition comes in. That's it. This is just a process to take care of or to make use of any service. Now, I hope it's clear, right? What is a service and what is a domain and what is a node? They're all logical. Just remember. But sometimes physical might be equivalent with the logical, but not necessary. Yeah. Now, let us try to understand uh, services instead of servers. The reason is what? One server can have n number of services. For example, PM server can become integration service, repo server can become repo service in the same physical box. Because in one physical box, we can have n number of logical services, and each service could be associated to respective server. See, server is equal to service, just remember that. And benefits of services. One, high availability. I think we talked about it. If something goes wrong in primary server, you can just send it over to secondary server, just to make it very simple. And we can group and administer with a branded security, because central client we have, right, admin console, using which we can take care of security aspects, and we can get it monitored from a central location. So eliminate single point of failure, which means if any failure happens, right, we can just keep it, we can track it by using what? Admin. Yeah. Central. Answer to all of them is what? Central. Yeah. So now we have got multiple services. Like one, integration, repository. These are the two important things. But if you have any real-time data integration to be performed, then we can go with what web services have. And if you want to deal with SAP, then we need to have this. Otherwise, it's not required. So mandatory ones are one for repository metadata, other for what? Data, right? So that's it. Next, core services. Remember, see, these core services would be started when the system is bootstrapped, and it would go down when the system goes down. That's where core services would come in. Yes or no? And those core services can be seen, they'll be part of our admin. So because if you want to perform some administrative activities, we would be making use of core services. Yeah. Like configuration service, security service, all that. Right? So next we have what we call different components within the power center. Yeah. Power center domain is a logical representation of services with its associated nodes. Repository where we store metadata. Repository service where we perform meta operations. Integrity service to perform data movement operations. In Power Center client, we could able to say multiple types of clients. Example, repository manager will be used to perform the basic repository operations like create folder, modify folder, delete folder, monitor folders, whatever. Designer to build mapping, maplet, whatever. And workflow manager will be used to perform building a workflow and get it executed. And monitor will be used to keep track of the status and look at the logs and so on. And admin console, it is a central client or a web client. It will be used to monitor the activities that we perform by using this standalone clients like rep manager, designer, manager, and monitor. That's it. Yeah. These are the simple Power Center components. Why you need them? To take care of reading the data from n number of sources to perform ETL operations. That's it. And to deal with any kind of project, to build a warehouse, to build a data mart, and so on. That's it. Yeah. This is a product over, right? So now let us start going into. I think we talked about domain definition, right? Yeah. So let us take a break for 15 minutes. After we come back, we'll start getting into the practical part of it, like how to log in, how to start performing some practical stuff. So around 4:15, guys. Let's take a break. Yes. So let us continue, guys. So we have talked about some concepts within the Power Center. Now, I request everyone to get into the tool. Yeah. We'll go in order, like whatever you guys have logged in. First, Vamsi, right? So I think you all could able to see my desktop, right? So let me copy and paste this file here. I think all of you could able to see, right? Yes. Now, first one I am using it and U01, right? Vamsi, you can just use that. Password is same. Yeah.
Okay.
And Surya, you can use U02. First set of characters are same. Yeah. Fine.
Yeah, okay.
Then Deepak, you can use U03. I'm just talking about suffix for user. Yeah? First characters are same. And then U04, Venkat, Gopi Reddy. And you got right, Gopi. So
Yeah,
next,
yes.
now Soumya, U05, right? And one second. U05 is over, right? Yeah. Then Iswar, U06, Anil, U07, Geeta, U08. You need to remember, I can't remember all. Divya, U09, Fatima, U10, Rajesh, U11, then Vaishaw, U12, Hariprasad, U13, Vikita, U14, Amrita, U15. Yeah. And Pradeep, U16, Bala, U17, Saif, U18, Nandini, U19, Nagamani, U20, Priyanka, U21, Deepthi, U22,
Can you tell again
Teja,
for Pawan Kumar?
U23, Karthik, U24, Rameshri, U25. But there's one extra person, right? Only 25 systems are there, looks like, right? Yeah. That's all. I think now all are accepted.
Narasimha, can you repeat again for IDs? For Bala Venkatan or Pawan Kumar.
No, I can't repeat now. That's what I said. Now I think safe. What is your number? Okay, Pradeep. Safe. What is your number?
18.
18, huh? Yeah.
Yes.
Yours is 17, Bala.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Okay. Raghavan. We don't have system, right? I don't know. Let me check. Are there any backups? Oh. Fine. We'll see. I'll just send a message. Let's see. So that's it. Now I hope all of you could able to see my desktop, right? The first thing what we need to do is, so let's go to, first let's try to log in. To log in, right? There's a common link, which is where is it? Yeah, this one. So you can see, right? I'll just paste this link. Yeah, please paste this link in Chrome and Google Chrome. Then is apply password. Like this is my username, is my password. You can see this link, right? And so I username password. Yeah. Once you log in, you will see this VMware workstation. Yeah, please, I request everyone to log in with your credentials. Yeah.
So it is asking us to reset the password. So we are proceeding to reset.
You can reset, just reset with your own password, but you need to remember that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes, I think all of you could able to see this desktop, right? This kind of desktop on your system, right?
Yes.
Yes, double click on VMware workstation, which is the desktop, guys. Yeah. So click on it so that in the status bar you can see this icon. Clickable icon. Yeah. So here you can see there are two VMs, right? B and 95. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So let us start with 95, then latest version. We'll start
Yeah,
with the
yeah.
95.
Narasimha permit is showing other like Windows Server 2003 instead of 95.
Yeah, me also getting same.
Yes, sir, for me also.
Means, can you please share the system? Let me see.
Yeah, sure. 1 minute. Yeah, shared in the chat box. You can share.
Chat box, no, screen sharing.
Screen sharing. Okay.
Okay, yeah, and you have done it. Yeah. Okay, click on second one. All of you, please click on second one. Yeah. Okay, wait. Okay, power on this virtual machine. You can see power on this virtual machine, right? Yes. All of you. So whatever he has done it, right? Do the same thing. and select I copied it. Wait, no? Yes. Click on OK. Just wait. Let others also. Yeah, username is same. Let others also get to the same page. Guys, I request everyone to start this VM and make sure that you could able to see this login window. Yeah. Then you need to supply the password, which is Nipuna. I just kept in the chat box all lowercase NIPUNA. Enter. That's it. Type something in the comment. That's okay. Comment. Yeah, type something and say okay. That's it. So we need to wait for some time. Okay. It will take some time. Let's wait for 5-10 minutes. Yeah. So meantime, I'll cover theoretical part. So let me share my system. Yeah.
Okay. Narsima, I have a small doubt.
Yeah.
Uh, can you please tell me the user ID and password for me? I did not receive it actually.
Yeah.
Raghavan, I think you didn't get any VDI.
Okay.
So there was 26 members. So you are the 26th members, but 25 machines only allocated.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
So Raghavan,
Yeah,
it's a
Narsima.
request from my side. So you'll have recording, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the session.
Mm.
So if you want to practice, right,
Yes.
you can use my system. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay,
So
Narsima.
I'll share these credentials. Is that okay?
Yes,
Just to
Narsima.
adjust.
Yes,
Because
fine.
you'll have 18 hours, sorry, 20 hours time, right?
Yes,
You can
yes.
use it anytime. Fine?
Sure, no problem, Narsima.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
Okay, now, so let us try to get into some more concepts. I think we talked about a domain definition, right? So definition is what? The set of services associated to respective nodes. Yeah. So which can be used for set of users, optional resources. Yeah. So we need at least one node for domain because unless we have physical box, there is no way of setting up the domain. Yeah. So example, can you see here, power center domain. So there are two physical boxes where we can have this power center installed with one or more integration services or one or more repository services. Yeah. So that's the one thing. And next, so this is the thing we talked about it. So now you can see here multiple environments like a dev, test, prod. Yeah. So which means we can have what you call domain which can set up in what any environment. Without that, anyway, we cannot perform power center operations. Yeah? Now, when it comes to the reality, like how this particular domain is going to help us to solve the business problems. Yeah. So, example, marketing, manufacturing, enterprise data warehouse, sales, and human resources. So, these are multiple verticals or industries, but only some are listed here. But we can use this domain for any other industries, like we have pharma industry, healthcare industry, retail industry, or investment banking industry. You can think of many more. So wherever there is a need to deal with what mid to large volume of data, we can think of using what the domain, as simple as that. Yeah. Now, so look at here. I think this is extension to previous slide. We talked about it. Now, this is how the domain would look like. Let me try to show it from my side. After your system is ready, right? You can also take a look at it. Let me get in here. So here, once you are in, right, we can make it full screen. Can you see? Enter full screen mode in the toolbar. Click on it. So we can see only the Informatica part. Yeah. So this part first, we need to log in here. Remember. Yeah. So where this is what you call a domain. Remember that. Domain is what? A collection of services you can see here, which are deployed, let's say in node 01. That's a practical definition you can see here. Right? What happened? Stuck. Okay. So that's it. It is timeout. Okay. So once it is ready, I'll talk about it. So we need to supply this URL, which is HTTPS localhost 8443. By default, this particular domain or Tomcat, right, app server would be listening against with what 8443, which is an indirect port number. What is the direct port number that we use it for Tomcat, guys? 8080, right? And then followed by application name is what? Administrator, which is a client name also. Yeah. So now let us try to copy this username and password is also same, a capital A, and click on login. Yeah. So that's what we need to do. So that we can see as part of this particular slide. Yes, this is what we did, right? We just logged on to this admin console, right? Once you log in, right, we could able to see set up services with its associated nodes. Yeah. That's all. Yeah. And once you log in, we can perform global operations like create services, delete services, create user group, all that. That's the first thing we do. Yeah. Let it come. I'll talk about rest. I'm just showing the client, like how the client would look like. Yeah. So, which is our client. Yeah. Same thing. On the left side, the services, and the right side, the status and the configuration. Yeah. Now, there are multiple core services which we all know, right? Yes or no? Yeah. So where we can see all log events can be managed centrally across n number of services in a domain, because whatever issue that happens, right, it has to be logged. So admin console, it is going to log all the services related issues. Yeah. So if you want to filter query, we can filter logs and look at what went wrong. Yeah. And then we have export logs, where we can just export to XML format. Yes or no? No? Then we can archive logs over here. So to specific location. Like for example, why we need to archive? There are too many days, right? So what you call the size will get bloated. To avoid that, archive periodically, so that whenever you want, you can just get it imported and use it. And we can also convert text to XML, whatever. And purge, if there are too many days, no, you can also purge means what? Delete. It could be on scheduled basis, or it could be on on-demand basis. On-demand means whenever you want it, you can just purge it. Auto purge is scheduled one. And domain, all the logs will be logged. And service, logs associated to each service. Service logs are there, domain logs are there. So all of them, if you want to purge, we can also get it purged. Yeah. So that's it. That's about core services, which is going to be log services, right? Now we just talked about only one. Now let us talk about the concept of Power Center repository. So as we all know that a repository is a place where we store the metadata. I repeat, a repository is a place where we store the metadata. First point, right? So repository manager will be used to create meta tables or folders, whatever, right? Now some of the tasks that we could perform here is what? Admin console, create users, whatever. But within the Power Center repository, we can take care of sources part, targets part, mappings, mapped transformations. Some are not listed here. In simple terms, we can take care of to carry out the metadata or repository operations. Yeah. Next, we have integration service, which is going to help us to perform the data movement. Yeah. And now we can also have a repository which can be created to a global space and also to a local space, right? And we can also exchange metadata from one environment or one tool to another tool or whatever, right? That's about repository part. Now we can talk about different clients within the Power Center with some description. We'll see that. Yeah. Example, to start with repository manager. So we use this one to take care of create folder, modify folder, all that. Second, we can also manage user and group permissions, like who can access what. Then third, we can also assign permissions to user and groups and also folders. Then we can also get view metadata. In simple terms, repository manager will be used in order to perform the metadata operations. Yeah. Another client, which is a designer client, which will be used to take care of to perform ETL operations. like extract, transform, onboard. Example, add source and target definitions to the repository, create mappings, which is ETL operations. That's it. So primarily, designer will be used to perform the ETL operations. And then we have two more clients, workflow manager and workflow monitor. So workflow manager will be used in order to perform one, to create a workflow, schedule a workflow, execute a workflow, and monitor workflow will be done in workflow monitor. And also execution scheduling also can be done in workflow monitor. Yeah. That's why it's combined here. Simple. We create a workflow manager and running part and monitoring part, we can do it in workflow monitor. But we can also run a workflow manager, but best practice is what? Create workflow in workflow manager and execution part, take care of it in workflow monitor. You can just observe this slide for some time and ask questions if you have any questions. Okay, now let's start getting into. So here we can see integration service. As we all know that integration service will be used to perform the data movement, right? Now how the internal it looks like. Can you see here? These are the clients, right? And on that side, we can see sources and targets. Here, we can see the repository. That's it. Now let us see how the flow would take place. Yeah. So when you try to run by using workflow manager, so request will be sent to this repository to pull metadata. So service would come in, which is PVC int, Policy Integration Service. Then the result of that will be stored in the target. That's it. So this way, from the client, we can just connect to any source by using this adapters. Then pull the metadata, execute it, and store it in the target. Simple. I think we talked about data flows, right? This is exactly similar to that. Yeah. Now, we have also talked about what are broader types of sources that will be taken as input to the power center. Like example, relational sources, file-based sources, application-based sources, mainframe-based sources, and other sources. Yeah. So that's what we can see as part of what we call different types of sources here. It could be anything, even we have talked about unstructured and also XML, all that. They are not listed here, but we can also take care of them. XML is there. Yeah. So target is just quite opposite, but on the other side, relational, file-based, application-based, access or some other word, external targets. Yeah. So that's it. Now, as we discussed earlier, we use this integration service to perform the data movement, and we can also see the workflow manager to create a workflow and execution part. Yeah. So then we have integration service, which will be used to perform data movement. I'll talk about architecture of integration service within which we are going to make use of DTM and see how DTM architecture is going to work, in a sense how many threads we can have it, how we can make them to talk to each other, and what will be the end result from that particular DTM process. It's a data transformation manager. Just remember that. Yeah. Integration service, when you start the workflow, request will be sent to integration service. It is going to create a process and perform the execution. And at the end of it, it can also perform post operations like sending a mail or sending notification. Yeah, that's it. And load balancer to dispatch to across a number of tasks. So see, main goal of this power center is what? Integration service. It does many things. So we can see some of them here. Read parameter file, create workflow log, run the workflow task, start DTM process, historical run to repository, then perform post operation, which is the main part. That's yeah. So now let us start getting into some more steps here. Integrate service and repository communicate with each other using unique code. Because any movement that need to be done, right? It has to be done through what repository. So without that, we cannot perform the data movement. Now that data movement can take place with a unique code or with ASCII. So which means when we deal with plain English characters, then we can use ASCII. If not, we can go with what? Unicode like a German, French, Hindi, Telugu, or some other speaking language. Yeah. So to prevent loss of information during data transfer, integration service and repository request compatible code base, UTF or Microsoft Latin, whatever, right? So we use appropriate code pages to deal with appropriate what you call speaking language. Yeah. So whenever we start workflow, integration will come right, which in turn, which is integrated service, is going to communicate with the repository to pull data, then start performing data movement. It's a common thing that we do it for any kind of workflow. Yeah. So now I think you can try to share a desktop and see whether you could able to. Yeah, can you please share your desktop? I think just now one person shared. Can you please share it again? Surya, right?
Sunil, you can stop. I will share.
Okay, let me stop share. Okay. Please share. Sorry. Okay, one second. Can you please make it full screen? There's a full screen button. So, okay. I need to scroll down. No? On the right side, you can see right scroll down. You can do that. And click to system date. Can you please click on system date? Sorry.
Which one?
Right bottom. Yeah. Inside, yeah. Double click on it. You can just change. Scroll up. Yeah, just put some September. Any day. Yeah. Fine. Day, forget about that. And year you can change 2013. Just scroll, yeah, click on down arrow button. Down arrow button. It may not work. Down arrow button. Yeah, just 2013. Fine. Say okay. Now scroll down. Yes. Go to start and run and type services.msc. Run. Just select run. Okay. Type services.msc. MSc. Master of Science. And a Microsoft services actually. Yeah. So fine. Probably need to change the resolution Yeah, so that missing. Okay, now search for Informatica 95. I type I. Yes, it is already started, right? Let's not do anything. No, don't do anything. No, don't do anything.
Yeah.
So, scroll down and open this Firefox. Let us see whether it comes up or not.
Here.
In the status bar, you can see what. Yeah, this is Firefox in the status bar, right side. Firefox, yeah, it's that one. You're right. Click on that. Let us see whether it comes up or not. So don't click too many times because it takes lots of resources. Scroll up. Okay. Try to click on address bar. See whether it works or not. Address bar. In the sense URL, top. Yeah. Yeah. Click. Okay, wait. It is not ready. So your system is not ready. So we need to wait.
Okay.
So anyway, let me cover the income theory part till it comes up. Maybe 5-10 minutes. We'll wait. Anita. Okay. Okay, I'll show it from my system. You guys can just watch. You can do it better. Yeah. The first thing, what we need to do, you can just remember the steps. So first thing, what we need to do here is, so we need to create one user with DBA privileges. So we need to log on to this database. I'm just checking it. It is occupied. Okay. So yeah, now go to start all programs. You can see repository manager, Power Center client, repository manager. So we need to get in here. Yeah. And so before that, so we need to get into this what admin console and create Power Center repository service. Let me get the status bar. It's not coming. Status bar is hiding. It's not coming. Okay. Outside. Okay. Fine. So go to start. Yeah, make sure that your screen will look like this. Now here, so we can just type what SQL plus. I think you guys can do it. Everyone can start doing it. within VM, right? Make sure you change the date first, yeah, which is September or October 2013. Yeah. So that's the first step we need to do. Then go to start, run, and type CMD, then type SQL plus. So please start doing it. So all of you can start doing it. Yeah. We'll try to create database users because if you want to perform creation of Power Center repository service, first thing we need to have a database user with DBA privileges. Yeah. So that's the first thing we need to have. It. Supply username is a system and password is a tiger. All lowercase TIGR. So please log on to this. Okay. Now we can create user which is a PC rep. PC rep. Okay. You can see this. Let me explain this.
Narasimha, when we give password as tiger, it is giving error that the password has expired.
Oh, what is
Uh,
the system date? What system date?
System date is September 2023.
You need to give 21
No,
3.
okay. 20?
21 3.
21 3, okay.
That's the one thing. Just give it. After that, try to
Mhm.
relog in SQL Plus again. And let us see.
Okay.
But still, it lasts for the resetting plans. Okay. Yeah, it lasts for new password, confirm password. Let's apply the same password. Tiger and tiger only. No change.
Okay.
Fine. So now create user, which is PC rep. Yeah. PC rep identified by the same password. Identified by PC rep. Semicolon. Yeah. Hey, what happened? It's closed now. 1 second. Oh my god. Powered off. It takes time. Huh? I need power. Fine. So you can create a user. So create user. Let me type it here.
Narasimha, what is the new password you told?
Same. Tiger, tiger. Lowercase. TIGER. Same password. No change. Yeah. Create PC rep. Identified by password. Password is also same. Then grant DPA to PC rep. Okay, so it has come up. Let me just open this. Okay. Say okay. Now type SQL plus system and tiger. Oh, database still coming up. It takes time. Okay. So let it come up. So meantime, I'll try to cover another topic within this Power Center theoretically. Let us say, let me talk about DTM architecture. Yeah. Because when you run this particular workflow, right? Let me talk about the flow. Yeah. So when you client, yeah. So client, they are going to issue what start workflow. So this request will be sent to integration service, which is Power Center integration service, and which in turn is going to spawn a separate process which we call the DTM process, which is data transformation manager. So once it is done, the next step is what we need to understand DTMs. Yeah. So that we are going to see now. So DTM process, which is going to be the topmost process, where it is going to spawn different types of threads actually, because this particular Informatica follows what? Multi-threading architecture. I repeat, Informatica follows what? Multi-threading architecture, which means there is going to be one process with n number of threads in it. So that's how the multi-threading would work, right? So similarly, in this case, GTM process is one with n number of threads. Example, you will have session thread within which you'll have mapping thread, within which you'll have transformation thread. So transformation thread, within that we can have reader thread and writer thread. These are multiple threads. Plus, we can also have what we call pre-session thread plus post-session thread. Yes or no? Pre-session thread and post-session thread over here. Yeah. So likewise, you can have for each task there is going to be corresponding thread. Remember that. Yeah. So unless you can just organize this in different way, show session in this way, and transformation can put it here. Reader is here, and then writer is somewhere like this. Yeah. These are multiple threads that will be spawned, but the count of threads will be increased depending upon what the number of transformations that we have within the mapping. But these are the bare minimal threads that we need for any simple straight through or pass through mapping which contains the source and target. Yeah. Okay. Now, how this flow would take place? Remember, when we start DTM process, this particular request will be sent. Let's say we got session task. It will be sent to session task, which in turn will be communicated to mapping thread because everything is thread, right? Which in turn will be sent to what? A reader thread, then followed by transformation thread, then followed by the writer thread or whatever, basic thing. Yeah? Then followed by post thread or post session thread. So this is the simple way to understand how the flow of activity would take place with respect to what DTM process. Here we can also have pre-session thread. So that's it. Like how the flow of execution would take place for any DTM process. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah. Now, once you understand this, next step is what? Any failure that happens in one of the thread, that is a reader thread or writer thread, yeah, then what happens? It is going to communicate this to top level process, which is what? DTM process, which in turn will be what is called broadcasted to all other threads. Which means DTM process would act as what? A top level process, one, to perform what is called broadcasting. Yeah. So broadcasting example I gave, right? If any failure happens in one of the thread, let's say example write a thread, it has to communicate to DTM process. This is going to communicate to or broadcast to all other threads, saying that there is something bad happened in one of the thread. Just perform the smooth cleanup and exit. That's what is a event that's going to send it for all other threads. Yeah, that's what happens. Now DTM process will also be used to create what? A number of threads. I repeat, DTM process will be used in order to create a number of threads over here. Like for example, we talked about pre-session, post-session, mapping thread, data thread, all that. Yeah. So which means if you have too many transformations, then there is going to be startup time overhead. So if you have more threads, then there is going to be overhead with respect to spawning processes, so spawning threads. As a result, there is going to be startup time overhead. Yeah, which means startup time includes creation of threads and establishing the communication among threads. So that time will be more if you have too many threads or too many transformations which are mapping, right? Now, once you create, next step is what? Failure case. As I said just now earlier, if any failure happens, right, we are going to communicate. We, in a sense, whichever thread that got failed, it is going to communicate with the status, communicate with what? DTM process, yeah, with appropriate signal or event. Yeah, remember that signal or event. Once it is done, then DTM process is going to broadcast this particular signal saying that exit with a smooth cleanup. But in case of success, which means what? Let us say everything is successful. There's no problem. In that case, what happens? Every thread is going to communicate with the exit status with, let us say, OK. This will be communicated to DTM process because DTM process maintains like how many threads that it got spawned, and it should receive the OK message from all the threads. Then only we can say that, then only it says that workflow is what? Successful. That's it. Then final result is going to be the success. Yeah. So that's it. Like how this particular success flow and failure flow would take place with a DTM architecture. Yeah. So that's it, which means spawning threads and handling both success and failure cases. So that is a job of DTM process. Yeah. Plus, other things are small in the sense dumping the logs in a monitoring log window, right? Where we can see the log which is like when it got started, what all happened, and then in the end we can see session log summary, which contains source, how many rows, target, how many rows, in between, how many rows, all that, right? So that's it. So that's where this particular what you call architecture is going to work. See, now it is ready. So I request everyone to get into this SQL Plus. After that, let's create a user PC rep identified by PC rep. Yeah, enter. See, user got created. So I request everyone to supply this particular command. See, I'm going to show end to end, guys, so you can take care of everything. Admin part, like whatever is required for development. Admin also I talk about it. Then we'll switch over to developer part. Admin less, developer more. I would say 95 5. So is it done, guys? All?
Yes, Narasimha.
Yes. Okay, perfect. So now, once it is done, the next step is what? We need to grant DBA to user. What is the user here? PC rep. That's it. Yeah. So this is the first thing we need to do before we create Power Center repository service. Yeah. Let us create one more user for storing, profiling, warehouse data. So let us create another user. Create. Yeah, I think it may not be required for now. Let's see. So now let us see the date. Date is fine, right? Let us try to log on to it. Maybe service may not be ready. Let us see. Because I restarted, right? That's about DTM architecture. So you can see master, reminder, pre, post, all that. I think I talked about it. Right? Yeah. So let us see one example. Yeah, let it till it comes up. Right? Let me cover theory. Here we can see simple operation, right? Source, target, two reader threads, and two writer threads, and one source qualifier, right? So while two reader threads comes in when you use two partitions here. Partition means division. So we are trying to divide input data into what multiple sets, subsets. Each subset separate thread. For reader, one extra, writer, one extra. That's it. Yeah. Now, request will be sent to source qualifier. It does something. What it does, I'll talk about it. Some logic. An output of that will be sent to a target by using two writer threads. So which means thread count will also be increased. One, many transformations. Second, if you have number of partitions. Example, yeah. can just watch for some time and ask questions if you have any questions. It's still not ready, so we have to wait. So that's it. Source, to reader and writer threads, and target. So now let us try getting into the next step. Can you see here? If you go with the joiner transformation, where let's say we are dealing with what? Two source systems. Yeah? And apply joiner, result of joiner will be sent to target. Yeah. So which means there are multiple pipelines, which is flows. One for left source, other is what? Right source. Yeah. So rest, joiner, all that we know it. Anyway, we are going to talk about practical example. Just observe this particular diagram. When the integrated service process a mapping, the joiner transformation, it reads from two sources, master and retain, concurrently, essentially at the same time. Build cache on master. Then integral service perform join based on data source, cached master data. Then pipelining, data transfer, right? Based on the join. That's it. Not only that, this is common for any kind of transformation. So you can see here, right? Just observe this particular screenshot, like what is it doing? Let me kill this.
What is the URL that we are going to use here? The local host.
Oh, yours is ready, yeah?
Yeah, mine is ready. But
URL is very simple. You can just type admin. You'll get in the
yeah,
drop down.
when I'm trying that, it's showing a connecting error to that particular local host saying, and I changed it to 8080 and still it's having same issue.
Can you please share it?
Yeah, you can stop it.
Okay.
Or I will just my screen. Right? This one you want me to try?
Yes, that is correct only. Enter.
This or before one?
No, wait. Still trying to connect it. Don't do anything. Okay, no. Your server is not ready. Oh, this administrator slash, which slash is that? Is it forward slash or backward slash?
It's a backward here.
No, it should be forward. After 8443, it should be forward slash.
Yeah, it's
Did you
forward
type
only.
it or it was there already? Yeah.
Mm,
Another slash.
Here it's all okay.
Okay, that. Another one. One you need to remove. That's correct. Enter. Oh. Administrator. Spelling is right. Huh? Can you
Yeah,
please copy
it's
it? Notepad.
automatically came.
Yeah, that
That's
the
come.
URL is automatically available.
Yeah, I didn't manually type this one.
But slash is a forward slash. Huh? Looks it's. Select bottom one.
This one?
No. It's the first one. Wait. Okay. Now go to services list. Your date is fine, right?
Yeah, I have changed it to
Okay, one
2002.
second. Just click on it and refresh. Refresh. There's a refresh. Oh, it's down, right? It went down. Correct, no?
So do I need to start again this?
No. One second. Maybe your password got expired, right?
No,
Yeah.
I think
Go to SQL Plus. No. Go to SQL Plus.
this one you want me to.
Yes. Go to SQL Plus. Yeah. So semicolon enter.
Why?
Semicolon, not colon. Semicolon.
Okay.
System password is working, right?
It's working. And
You gave what password? Just
Tiger.
exit, exit, just exit. Okay. Now SQL plus, then username is system. Password should be same, huh?
Yeah,
Tiger only.
same only again.
TIGER. It's working. Then you can start this Informatica now.
Here, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you start by any chance earlier? No, right, Anil?
No, I didn't started. When I open previously, it automatically in started state, and when I open the browser, right, so it will
That's
take.
fine. We have to wait, huh? It
Okay.
will take 3 4 minutes or 5 minutes.
Okay.
So how about others, guys? So you guys could able to start, huh?
Narasimha, once we are in the page, then what is the username and password we need to give? I'll just share my screen.
Yes, something.
You are able to see this, right?
Oh, fantastic. User and password, administrator, administrator, A capital, administrator. Yeah. Just
Password will
copy,
be also capital A.
copy paste username. Yeah. Oh, it's logging in. So yours is successful. So he could able to log in, huh? So that's also need to do the same thing. Yeah.
Do I need to change anything here or is it fine?
Yes, you could able to log in.
Yes.
Yeah. So yours is done. We have to create a service. Let us see that. I think we'll do it from your system only. Guys, if your system is ready, right? So please apply this link and log on to this by
So
supplying user and password as administrator. Yeah.
yeah, so Nasim, just to recollect. So first, we need to start the SQL plus and create the user. That is done. After that, we have started the Informatica, and later we open the Firefox and try to give this URL.
URL after that credentials, username and password. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah, but okay. I think we have started the service, and it is still. I mean, like when we toggle it from different. Was that different client name, right? I see that that is stopped. So should we restart it or how it is?
Which one? These service, other
Uh,
services. Huh?
yeah,
No,
the
those things you
Informatica
don't need.
services. No, no, other one when we are just pressing on the other services and coming to Informatica again, it is in stopped position. So we are getting that option to restart. I mean, start it again from the beginning.
Oh, can you please share it? Which means it is, so there is something problem with respect to your environment.
Right now it is start. Let me share my screen.
Okay.
So if you see here, now it is
No, no, no.
start
Don't click
only.
on this tab.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Then it's fine. It's working. That's what it means. Open the
Okay,
browser and try to enter now. Enter. But it may take some time because see, it is, yeah, it will take some time actually. We have to wait
okay.
for some time. Now one is started, right? If
Hmm.
it see earlier it went down because there is a date change, you modified that password reset, right? Yes, sir.
Correct, correct.
So because this domain, no, it
Hmm.
uses system username and password. Because it got expired, it went down automatically. After resetting, right, you started, correct? No?
Correct.
But this will take some time. See, it is
Okay.
trying to connect. Right? It is trying to connect, right? Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Yes.
It takes some time. Yeah?
Got it. Got it. Yeah.
Okay.
Narasimha, for me, it's asking to
Say
start the
1 minute
service.
after that. Yes, Surya, can you please share, Surya?
Here. Can you see here?
What
Like it's
happened?
asking to start the services.
Oh, what is the system date, Spray?
It's
Within VM.
September 23,
You change
the
that.
2013. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, 2013.
No, 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 no. This is 2030, no?
Yeah,
Okay. 2023. That is fine.
it's 2013. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
2013.
correct. That is fine. Now, okay. Did you change password by any chance? All right.
It's created already here.
You already logged in, right? So it's working. Yeah, click on start now. Click on start. Why it went down actually? Click on start. We need to wait for some time. Yeah, it will
It's
take
going.
4 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
My system is also not ready. Anil, can you share system? Let us see. I think you could be able to log in, right, Anil?
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen. Are you able to see, right?
Yes. So open the browser. Oh, what happened? Did you close it?
No, that one I didn't open after we started here. Right?
Okay. So first one.
So Narasimha, will it work in any other browser like IE or Chrome? Actually, Mozilla Firefox is not responding for me.
Kill it from task manager.
Yeah,
Try
I
to
did it.
open.
Yes, I did it multiple times, but still.
Okay, try, yeah. Oh, try this Internet Explorer. Maybe it's certified or not, because certified browsers only will work.
Okay.
Yeah, open that Internet Explorer. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
But yours is still not, does not come,
Still
right? And
loading. Yeah.
yeah, because you started now only, right? Okay. Mm, okay. No, that is fine. No, it is taking its time because of services, because it has to bring up all the services, right?
Okay.
So that will take some time. Yeah. Open Internet Explorer and try. Yeah. You had some problem with
Okay.
Firefox, right?
Nasima, you were telling something about creating services.
Telling about what, Amrita?
You said something about creating some services. I was able to log in. After that, you were saying something.
So we need to start creating services like Power Center proposal. Probably can just share your desktop, Amrita.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. For others, you can just watch after the session, you can just create it. So right click on domain. Amrita. No, domain bottom. Domain underscore SAP dev is there, right?
Okay, okay.
Right click, bottom, next, yeah. Right click, new, Power Center repository service. Yes, first one. Yeah. Others you can just remember. Anyway you'll get recording, right? You can just play it. Type PC rep. Let's maintain the consistency with respect to names, because I think you created with a PC rep only, right? Amrita.
Sorry, Nasim.
What is the name we gave for database user?
Yeah, PC rep only.
Yeah, let's apply the same name here. PC rep. Yeah. And then location default, license you can select from the drop down. select license, select node. Yeah. Then click on next. Now select database type, which is Oracle. Then yes, then username, password. PC rep, right? Username, password, same, right? Amrita?
System and Tiger it was, right?
No, that is system. We created, right? With new one. Correct, no? Yeah. And database, no. That connection string, right? That is MDM. Just type MDM. Remove that and type MDM. Just wait, let others also watch. Just observe these inputs, guys. Only username, password, and connection string, which is MDM. So this is a fresh user, right? So here you need to select no content exists radio button in the bottom. Yeah. Wait. Yes. Now click on finish. What it does, it is going to create all metadata objects. Okay. So okay, what happened? You must enable to create before create content. You must enable service. Say okay. Now recycle this. Right top, there is a recycle. Green. Right side.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. Next one. Why it is not? Yeah, say okay. So what is the message? What is this?
Narasimha, he might need to change the
Oh, date is not
host
changed.
host name
No,
need
no,
to be
no.
changed. No?
It's a date problem. Date is not changed. Amrita. Oh, looks like it didn't change, right? Amrita.
Uh, October, right? October.
But
Let
he's
it be
still
August.
able to connect. No,
No,
but
no, wait,
he's
wait. Year also you need to change it to 2013. Year. Click on drop down. Click on down arrow. Yeah. It should go to 1 3.
2013, you said?
Yeah, 2013. 1 3.
1 3 2013.
Yes, you're right.
Okay. Shall I apply it?
Yeah, correct. Apply. Okay. It will take some time to reflect it. But try to change it. Try to recycle it. It is done so fast. So that's it. Oh, no content. Now, one second. No content is select. That's fine. Now, what I need to do is on the right side, actions. Can you see actions here? User will not get this message because there's a license problem, right? It is coming. Yeah, click on actions. Then repository contents. Create. Usually, at the time of creation of service, it will be created. Say okay.
We don't need to select anything here.
No, that's fine. Yes. Now there's an exclusive. Okay, that is fine. Now go to start and open Power Center Repository Manager. Oh, you are open. Then go to repository menu
Okay. So
menu. Yes, and configure domains. Yeah, first we need to create a domain, right? Click on plus. Yeah, add new. Then supply the domain name. Domain underscore SAP dev. You can see right admin console.
yeah.
D capital. Then host name localhost, single word, and port number 6005. 6005. Say OK. Now on the right side you can see checkbox. Please enable that, which means this service is part of this domain. That's what it means. Now say OK. All of you should do the same thing. Now right click on PC rep and connect. Username, password same. Administrator, A capital. One second. Oh, exclusive, right? Now go to admin console. Yes. There's exclusive, right? In repository properties. Repository properties. Right side, right side. Right side. But little down. Yeah. Click on edit. Yeah, click on that. Click on edit. There only. Yeah. Now change from exclusive to normal in drop down. Yes, select normal. That's all. Okay. Exclusive means nobody could able to access this service. Correct, no? Now made it normal. Others can access it. It's like a protection. When you want to make this particular service in offline mode or maintenance mode, right? This is what we do.
Narsima, while like normally using 10.4.1, we are not seeing this kind of issues. So,
Which one?
10.4.1, we need to
Hmm.
like do the same setup or like it will be automatically.
Say, no. It should be, these steps are same for all the latest versions also, but you might not have access because you are a developer. These things should be done by the administrator. You got
Yeah.
right? So you'll be accessing it rather than what creating it. Yeah, you got no?
Yeah.
Fine. So now reconnect it again. Select PC rep and connect. Wait. Yes, it is connected. So that's it. So which means whatever is done so far, it is perfect. Because from client, we could able to talk to service, right? Which means everything is fine. Now, let us create a folder. Select folder. Click on folder in menu. Menu is there, right? Yeah. Create. Then type dev folder. So rest we can use default properties. Go to permissions, tab, permissions tab. So by default you'll have complete administrator, right? Full access. Read, write, execute, right? That's it. Say okay. See, folder got created successfully, right? That's all. So now once you create a folder, within the folder, we can start building the ETL operations. To do that, click on D, Amrita. There's a D, right, button. Designer. It will take you to designer, Power Center designer.
Okay, yeah, design. Okay.
Yes, D, yeah. It will take you to Power Center designer client. Yeah. Yes. Now expand dev. So you can see sources all that, right? Now right click on dev folder and open. Now it is an active folder. Now we can see on the left side repository explorer like PC rep, dev, sources, target, right? We call it as what? Repository navigator. Yeah. Then in the middle space, gray color, right? It's a mapping designer workspace. Then our designer workspace or this workspace for source workspace, designer mapping workspace, whatever. Now let us create a source definition, then target definition, then a mapping. So to create source definition, right, we have a source analyzer. Look at here, first button, right? It got clicked already. Now go to menu, sources menu in the top. Yeah. So select import from file. Yeah. So can you please go to Windows File Explorer and create one sample file just to start with. Windows Explorer. Windows, create it. You need to create open Windows Explorer, create one folder first.
Mhm.
Yes. Now go to C drive or D drive is there. Huh?
Which one?
Click on my computer and click on D drive. D drive, yeah. Then create a folder. Right click, new source. Yeah, fine. Now I think you open Notepad, right? Create
Yes.
sample data. Go to Notepad. Yeah. Type C1 comma C2 comma C3. Enter 1 comma 2 comma 3. So I'm trying to show everything from the scratch, guys. So I should not take some sample data given by somebody. Start from there. So half where we are doing, right? So that's why I'm showing everything from the scratch. Enter, just enter and save it. Yeah. Save to that source location, Amrita.
Okay.
Put seq underscore one dot txt. Yes, just type seq underscore one. Sequential file underscore one means first sequential file. Yeah. So now, yeah, fine. Now let's go to designer client. This is done. Perfect. Yes. Here, go to source location under D drive. Click on source and yeah, select all the files. File type all. Yeah. Now you can select that. Yeah. Say okay. Yeah, wait. Here you can see import from this header, right? File name from first line. Enable that checkbox, Amrita. So first line will be treated as what? Header line, which is columns.
Mhm.
It's a delimited file. Click on next. So yeah, we can go the defaults. So one second. So here you can see options, right? Delimiter, we are using comma. If it is anything other than that, select it. Then on the right side, you can see text qualifier, like a no quotes, single quote, double quotes. By default, every row, so every field value for all the rows will be enclosed with what? Double quotes. Yeah. So that's what we can see over here. Yeah. And then in the bottom, we can state consecutive delimiters as one. In case we have empty column values, right? So all of them will be converted to one for optimization purpose perspective. Now treat multiple delimiters as one. Again, multiple spaces. So click on next. Yeah, now we can see here C1, C2, C3 with the number and precision. Length is what? 1, right? Probably can change the length from 1 to 10 or whatever. You can put 10 or 20. Yeah. And type also can change it to, yeah, let it be there. We can change later also. Say okay, say finish. What happened?
The precision cannot be greater than.
Yeah, no, no, okay, say okay. And change that other one also. So, no, say okay. Last one you need to change. Yeah. Put 10 also last. Finish. That's it. This is the first thing, right? This is how we create what? Source definition from the scratch. Right? Now, if you don't want this and you want to create source definition by yourself rather than existing file, in that case, go to source menu again and click on create. Supply the name. So SEQ underscore scratch. You can put scratch. And select file type, database type as what? File, flat file. Type F.
So, sorry,
F. Here only.
will be
Or else
there.
go to the F.
Yeah.
Flat file. Yeah, perfect. Say create. Done. Now double click on title bar. Double click on title bar. Click. Now we can add our own columns. Go to columns tab and then you can click on add. Yes. Type, you can type your own names like C1, C2, C3. You can follow same names. Double click on that C1. Yeah, correct. Again, click on add new one and add C2 column. Yes. Anyway, once you get used to it, right, it will be easy. C2 and add one more C3. C3. Say okay. Okay. So now we created source definition one based on existing file. Second, we've also done it from scratch. Same way, click on target designer. Fifth one, click on this target designer. Second one, sorry. Second, yeah. Click on that. So remember, target definition will be created or can be created with the three options. One, based on existing file. Select import from file. Yes. Same thing, you can select source file. Yes, perfect. Click on next, same procedure like earlier only. Amrita.
Sorry.
Perfect. This is another way also you can create. Target, create. Like what
Actually,
we did.
I forgot to mention the columns as 10. I kept it as 1 only.
You can change 10, 10. Even C2 also you can put 10. Okay. Now create another target definition from the scratch. Go to targets and create. There are three ways to create target definition. Second way is doing now.
What is the name I should give? Like TGT under.
Put SEQ underscore TGT underscore scratch. It's a target, right? SEQ underscore TGT underscore scratch. And database type is a flat file. Yes, add three columns.
Narasimha, to create a database in admin level, what is the data type we are using there? Database type.
Flat file.
No, not here in administration, I'm saying. We don't see any option.
Oracle, sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Because in this environment we have Oracle 11 GR2. Yeah?
ID password is the same as we use it for SQL Plus, or like it might be different.
Yes, PC rep, right? Correct.
Okay.
No? Yes, I think that's what we gave as part of creation of in SQL, right? Create username, right? I think you are referring that only, right?
Yeah, that only.
Okay. There's one more way to create target definition. So expand sources on the left side, Amrita. Expand it and expand flat file. First one or second, whatever. Yeah. Now drag and drop first one, SEQ1 onto this target designer workspace. Yeah. Now rename, and give some other name. SEQ underscore one underscore TGT. Because that is a source, right? This is a target. That's all. This indicates we have created this from the source. See, these are three ways to create target definition, right? So whichever you're comfortable, you can just go for it. I hope all of you could able to understand this, like how to create a source definition with the two ways, how to create target definition with three ways. All that is done successfully, right? Yeah, let's wait for some time. Let the others also do it.
Hmm. Narasimha, before creating source and target, like we should create a connection as well, right? For database as well, if we are planning.
That is optional. We have already connected, right? PC rep.
Yeah, this is for flat file. What about database type?
That we'll see. We just started, right? Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Let me share my screen quickly. Amrit, stop your screen.
Yeah, please share. Others wants to share. Anila.
Yeah.
Okay, what happened, Anil?
So I'm getting an error while.
Database details are wrong, Anil. Oh, no, no, one sec. You
Mhm.
click on edit in the database properties, Anil. Down. Right side down. Database properties header is there, right? There is an edit button against that. Come down slowly. Third edit. Third one. Third edit.
This one you're
There are
saying.
three edits, right? Third edit. Yeah. Click on that. Yeah. Perfect. Here you have not given connection string. Type MDM.
Mm,
There's a db name dot world, right? Remove that and type MDM.
Okay.
Yes. Say okay. Wait. Oh, still. Username password is right, huh? PC rep. Yeah, Anil.
That's what I'm asking. Like how we. This is the
One
one you
second.
are asking.
Oh, it's not created actually.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, create user PC rep space. Just give a space.
Here.
No, second line only. Space. Just
Okay.
type space bar. No. Just type
Mhm.
space bar. Yeah. Now identified. Type identified space by py space PC rep semicolon enter. Yeah, that's all. Now get into this admin console and now recycle this. So it's fine, recycle it. But username password is separate, right? Right details right here, Anil.
Yeah.
That piece of rep only, right?
Yes.
So looks like it is coming now because it's taking time, right?
Narasimha, one question. So I think it is opening faster in Internet Explorer. Firefox is actually taking longer time.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
So you can
So
use that.
yeah. So can we do one thing? I mean, like, can you share this recording to us so that by tomorrow when we attend this training, we will
Yes,
be in the same point where you stopped on the
exactly.
creation of source and
You'll get
target.
recording. I'll just tell them to share the link to you guys. Yeah, fine,
Yeah,
right?
please. That should be helpful because this is time consuming because there are many steps to follow, right? So it is time consuming. So we'll
Yes.
follow the recording and we'll make sure we are up to the point.
Perfect. Yeah, we'll
Yeah,
definitely do that.
yeah.
So one second, Anil, what happened?
Still, I'm
Please,
not.
you have you given the right details for database properties, username, password?
Yeah, I given the PC rep only.
No, it's a
As
credentials problem only, nothing else. Let's delete this and create. Delete this.
okay, where I can find that.
No. You need to click on domain, first domain. Yeah, click on that. Now you can. Let's wait. Just wait. Click on edit against Oracle. Where is the problem? Wait.
Mm.
Username PC rep, password PC rep. Type PC rep again. Uh, it's okay, right? Say okay. That's all. Why it is not coming? But credentials only is the problem. Database name MDM, right? That's correct only. Nothing else. That's all we need to do. Only these three only.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I will try to delete and do again.
You can just create it. Yeah. But edit will work. Whatever name that you created, right, in SQL plus, same thing need to be used. Yeah. Because I think Amrita system it worked, right?
Mm.
It will work anyway. Yeah. Say okay.
Okay.
So guys, you'll get a recording. Make sure that this you could able to log in and you could able to create this Power Center repository service. Then create source definition, target definition. From there, we'll continue from tomorrow. Fine, right?
Okay.
Okay. So try to make sure that we are on the same page. Yeah. Okay. Thanks to all. So we'll meet tomorrow at the same time. Yeah?
Sure. Thank you, Narasimha.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Narasimha. Thank you
Bye.
all.
Thanks. Bye.
Thanks, everyone.